Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm Luce, and I figure I'm not at 100% tonight, but I still wanted to stream something, so why not do it with something that's going to be straightforward, grind. As you can see, I've got mostly the level 80 gear for my Paladin. Not all of it's great, mind you, but it'll work. Oh, but we're not going to be doing the duty support. No, no, no. We're going to be going with trusts.
Right then.
Alright, I think I should be leveling Estinian. Yeah, that way I have one range, one melee, one healer, and one me. And of course, we need to, do 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 do. Why Paladin, not Warrior, even though Warrior is also in place? Largely just to get all the tanks up, if we're completely honest. Oh, I forgot to put on tank stance. Oops. Well, the good news is this is a mistake I only really make once. Now, Paladin has a lot more utility compared to the other tanks. Like,
You underestimate me!
yeah, the trust is usually single target as opposed to a player team, which will usually go all. I should have no issues holding aggro now that I actually remember my tank stance. Invincibility. Oops. Well, that was embarrassing. I clicked Toddle ground a little too late. Well, that's a little embarrassing. Alright, I guess I was playing a lot more Warrior than I thought, since I kept playing it like that. Because you can get a little low as long as you remember Raw Intuition to heal yourself back up with the next 3 button presses. But that's fine, I think. I should be able to... That's why I want to do this with Trust. They won't complain because I am not very good. And yes, Alphino has gone from souped-up Scholar to a souped-up Sage for the Endwalker content. I think you can technically swap him back if you really want, but well, Sage usually gets a lot more toys. So Sage has a few versions. His Sage form has a few more toys. 10 seconds of. I probably didn't even need to do that, I'm honest. Oh my invincibility ended. Whoops. Whoops. This is also something nice that Paladin gets. Clemency is a heal that they can use anytime they feel like it, basically. Alright, this can only be applied to a party member, right? Yeah. So it is nice to have, sure, but... The nice thing about the casters, they have AoE. I think Estinian has some AoE on his jumps, but... whatever. Endwalker only added...
underestimate me!
Let's see. I can't forget my, I do appreciate that Alpha No actually knows how to use Hinsuna. You'd be surprised how many don't even have it on their bar. It's probably an upgrade, actually. Not bad. Oh yeah, the appearance that I'm currently using is the Midas outfit from Heaven's Ward, one of the Alexander raids. Alright, well, in 10 seconds invincibility should be useful, I think.
You cannot stop us!
Oh boy, even more hyper-tuned. I love the animation for Divine Veil. It looks really neat.
Are you alright?
Tougher than it has any right to be. Lance against Lance, is it?
You cannot stop us!
Time stopping. What sense is this? The one who's not moving is correct.
All or nothing!
Alright, that wasn't nearly as bad a tank buster as I was afraid it might be.
I will not hold back.
This one's not moving, so this one's correct.
Away with you!
Most of the stuff I'm getting out of these chests I'll probably be able to break down or whatever, just because I've gotten a lot of jobs to 90 already. Well, I should probably work on Dragoon to 100 next, largely that way I can just throw away any maiming gear that's not... Oh crap, right. I remember this pull because this is actually one of the few spicy ones in this particular expansion. Yeah, I guess I was expecting a bit too much. To be fair, I'm pretty sure that was my screw-up and not the trust not killing fast enough. Like I said, that's infamously one of those spicy ones. Which says a lot, because a lot of the Endwalker dungeons are one of the more formulaic in terms of grab 2 groups, the door opens, grab 2 groups, the door opens, mini-boss, and it just kind of repeats that the whole dungeon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got hit by something very avoidable there, so that was on me. Alright, so know my limits. I don't think I could have... maybe I could have done as warrior, but that's a big if, I think. Oh. Huh. Yeah, that's odd. I could swear you could go further than this. You can tell it's been a while since I've been playing Paladin. Clearly it's not much of enough edgelord for me compared to Gunbreaker and Dark Knight. Then again, I guess Gunbreaker is thematically actually quite similar to Paladin, that they're all about loyalty and honor and all that. They are royal guards and all, and the Paladin of this game is an elite soldier as opposed to a specifically holy one. Although granted, they've been getting a lot more holy summoning skills. Probably could have gone a bit further than just these two, but clearly I cannot be trusted. he's got 3, yeah, so 3. Or maybe I overestimated just how good I can survive this. I probably should have done a run or 2 off stream before starting, rather than embarrassing myself, but... well, then again, maybe that's part of the entertainment, question mark? I don't know, if you're watching this, you knew damn well it's just gonna be me farming an inefficient dungeon runs, so... this is leveling Paladin with trusts right there. Or you have no one to blame but yourself if you're going in here and expecting fast, efficient, and clean victories. Granted, I could probably be doing this with faster queue times with actual players, but then again... it doesn't matter. There's only one tank from here the whole time. Unless you count Graha, and he's everything, so he's a bit different. But otherwise, yeah, Thancred's the only one. Estinian, what the hell are you doing, buddy? Dragoons always seem to be a pretty popular job. I guess it's hard to blame them. They got a little bit of everything. Good amount of party support, good amount of personal damage. A bit different for, say, Ninja, which is actually entirely party... it's probably the most party support-focused melee that you'll get.
Underestimate me! You underestimate me!
I will not hold back.
Almost 30 minutes for one run. That's me, only the most skilled and efficient tank you'll ever meet. Alright, I'm gonna mention something here. Attack the other sisters if you want, but if you've ever played Final Fantasy IV or Final Fantasy X for that matter, you'll know that if Mindy or Cindy die, Cindy will simply revive them. Granted, it can be nice to get them off your back for a little while, but...
underestimate
Probably
me.
a bad idea for me to be getting that full stack, but well, tank privileges. Here we go, they're triple tech, I call it that. Trigger. Yeah, any technique that has multiple people involved, I usually call it dual tech or triple tech because of Chrono Trigger. I guess there was no quad techs or quintuple techs, but I see no reason I couldn't call them that. I would know a boss specifically did that. Granted, you technically speaking, if Cindy does have to waste her, Cinderuba has to waste her some time or resurrecting any of the sisters if you kill them, so it's not entirely pointless to attack the others if you wanted to go that route, but players pretty much have all agreed, just focus down Cinderuba. Here they just start recycling their techs. Alright, Cinderuba, it's your time to die. Oh, so she was the one who did the tank buster. God. Well, no matter. Yeah, you guys can focus on Mindruba while I do this. There we are. There we are. It's leveled up. Holy Sheltron. Reduces damage. Restores HP. Oh wow, I've got a lot more there. And enhance. What does this do? Reduces damage taken further. Alright, so now Intervention and Holy Sheltron both heal the target as well as protecting them. That's fine. Maybe I'm overthinking it a bit, but I really feel like every tank has a good amount of healing except for Dark Knight, although I guess Shadow Vigil and such now have it. I'd honestly just toss on to Blackest Night or something, because Blackest Night is a lot more costly than Holy Sheltron or Heart of Corundum to use, and if it doesn't break or if you mistime it, it punishes you a lot harder. But I do love the skill. It was absolutely the best mitigation, hands down, back in... Honestly, it's been there ever since Stormblood, but it kind of fell off now, I guess. Because I still hold it was pretty good in Endwalker. But then again, I don't think people have told me Dark Knight has fallen so far below you straight up can't use it in Ultimates or Savage Raids anymore, and I genuinely don't believe that. For the record, every single Ultimate clear world first so far has had a Dark Knight, even during the times they were considered trash tier, so I'm not worried. I mean, maybe if there is going to be another Ultimate raid added this expansion, and it's going to be for the Eden raids, so from Shadowbringers. I'm genuinely curious what they plan to do with that. Ultimates, even if you don't do them, have gotten a pretty good reputation for being a good spectator sport. Just watching people progress and see all the neat stuff they do with the mix of gameplay and story. The mix is just really nice. I know it's not... Like, I know I probably shouldn't be naming the names, but I guess it's hard to do this. Like, I was watching Joe Cat do his Omega Protocol playthroughs, and that was newer, and I thought that was really neat. And of course, Dragon Song War, I watched that one. Who was that one? I think it was Golden Taunt. I'd have to look. I think it was him anyways. Fix this problem completely, shall we? 10 seconds. You can't hurt me, buddy. Holy circle. Okay, I don't want to hard cast, I do not wish to hard cast Holy Circle if I can. That makes sense. I swear I'm slowly getting Paladin back. I swear. I haven't played, unfortunately, for better or worse, I haven't actually played it since, Endwalker, so. And even then, that was back when Endwalker was new, and even then, actually, no, it was at level 80 for a while now, so it might have been Shadowbringers. No, it was 70 during Shadowbringers, and I raised it to 80 during Endwalker. But this time I'll probably bring it all the way to 100, just because there's a lot of stuff to it. Here we are. I'm not sure what's going on. I do genuinely like Endwalker. I know people didn't like Endwalker very much, but I genuinely thought it's still my favorite expansion, and yet I didn't play it nearly as much as I have here. I guess it does. I guess maybe that just goes to show that gameplay really is something you can't just overlook. Oops, I was a little late to the stun there. Paladin definitely has the best stun utility because while they do have the same low kick that all the other tanks have, they also have that's got its own cooldown. Shield Bash, their personal stun does not have its own cooldown, it's just a global cooldown skill. So they can use it as much as they damn well please. You just have to be wary of, you know, the enemies having their
You underestimate me.
Basically, if you inflict the same status effect on an enemy over and over again, they become more resilient to it in order to force you to change things up. So you can't permanently stun an enemy. They'll gradually get stunned for less and less time until they're immune for a short while before the immunity resets. Would you believe I bought 200 of these pastry fishes or something like that, and now I'm down to less than 100? Actually, I even think I showed, yeah, I've been getting more jobs to 100 now.
Underestimate me!
You cannot stop us!
Stola usually gets the mechanics right, so if I don't know what to do, I usually stay near her. That's also one of the reasons I'm making her one of the first time leveling here. Well, one of them. The other reason is that since she's a souped-up black mage, more or less, she's one of the few characters who actually has reliable AoE. Yeah, Holy Sheltron is absolutely insane. I love it, but it does make me Blackest Knight got its own upgrade, like Heart of Stone got upgraded to Heart of Corundum. And Alphino I'm leveling first instead of... I do genuinely love Urianger, but I figure I should probably do Alphino because first of all, new class at the time, anyways. But more importantly, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. I will have to level Alize at some point, and Alize, he will prioritize her if she's taking damage, even over the tank. He also prioritizes the player over the tank if you're not playing tank, but since I've been playing tank, this is not an issue. I appreciate the Trust are now actually gaining a decent amount of experience, which makes sense because they're now in stats that are relevant. They're now in levels that are relevant. They're all in the Endwalker levels, I mean. So doing Endwalker dungeons, of course, gives them a lot more. A lot of these monsters were once human is the creepy part. Yeah, the AoE gives me back MP, so I really can't neglect it. I hate those hands love to run off to someone random if they attack. It's really annoying. Okay, good. They took out the Hyper Tune first. That's the main concern. I might need my invincibility for the next pull, so I have to be very wary.
You underestimate me!
here more than anything else right now. Clemency, clemency, clemency. The good news is, in Dawntrail, Sentinel will be getting a pretty strong upgrade. I mean, you guys could have limit broken the group here, but I guess they're programmed to only do so against the bosses. Triple cast, oh my. Oops, I accidentally wasted Ishtola's triple cast. Well, that's on her for activating it a little too late.
I will end this war.
One's not moving. This one. I do like how Paladin really does feel like a mix of physical and magic power. I like how her auto attack is just poke, poke, poke. Alright, that one's not moving, so it's her.
All or nothing!
Excellent work, Astinian. Haha. Someone needed more training with a spear. I was gonna say I do like your NJ more than Alphino, but I guess that I might, but I didn't hate him or anything, but I figure that's probably not a big deal. But then again, Alpha No has always been a go-to. I cannot stand this character, or sort of one that the fan base has always had. He's kind of fandom splitting ever since Realm Reborn. I guess to an extent that was intentional, since his own naivety caused a lot of problems, just to be blunt. But I think he's come a long way. As we've learned, I don't yet have the ability to handle these groups altogether.
You cannot stop us!
At the very least, it is nice how Paladin's can't die skill has absolutely no strings attached. It's just you are literally invincible. It doesn't reduce your HP to minimum. Oh, right. I can't cheese it with these guys. Whoopsie.
You cannot stop us!
I will not hold back.
Let me grab a sip of my drink real quick. Don't worry, the Trust won't care. They're NPCs. The Trust won't care. They're just happy to be here. For record, I'm not planning to go 6 hours like I did last time when I was leveling Warrior. But I am, well, first of all, because I went in here a little more tired starting out, which is not good, I admit, but you know what? Let's push as far as I can. Invincibility! Clemency, clemency, clemency. Thank you, Alphino. Shoot. Wow, am I actually gonna survive this? Well, I guess that's why it's good to push yourself, especially since I'm in a no-stress environment. By no stress, I mean the trusts aren't gonna get pissy at me if I die. They'll just say, well, let's try again. I hate to use Divine Veil just for myself, but I don't have a choice here. Here we are. Wow, I can't believe we won! Dang. Guess I need to start pushing myself a little more, right? You know, why not? Done the X1 dungeon of every expansion of these trusts so ridiculous number of times. Like, I'm pretty sure I've memorized every single part. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure I've memorized every single part of what's it called. The whole Minister Switch, whatever that's called. Yeah. Shadowbringers. I've done that so many times, I've memorized every single part of it, and this one is honestly not far off already, especially due to the amount of jobs I've had to level here. And honestly, I do genuinely like this dungeon. The 3-boss thing is a genuinely fun mechanic to work around. Wow, I don't know how I stepped so perfectly to avoid that, but no complaints.
All or nothing!
Holy Sheltron. Plus, I'd love to bring Graha as the other ones, whereas I need to get a lot of these through. Basically, I need to level them all eventually, though, and plus I still need to go through with Warrior. Oh, by the way, I do have the next game that I'm going to be playing. In fact, I went through a very familiar... Oh, here we go. I've got the next story VN I'm going to be going through. We'll be seeing it on Thursday. We'll be seeing it Thursday, though, because, whoops, that was totally off. Maybe I should have brought him with me just because. Join will be super fun. Smite our foes. You don't want to kill them too early because when they revive, they resurrect with 100% full HP. Oh wow, Ishnola really doesn't like Mindrupa for whatever reason. Here we are. Huh. I actually can use those right away, I think. This Viper. Here we are. Yep. Now to go and repair real quick. Do 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 do. Guess that'll be all for now. I need to make room here because I'm going to be getting a lot more stuff soon. So I need to be prepared. I got most of the Crypt Lurker stuff, so I'm in pretty good shape. Let's see here. Rust, here we are. Yeah, the big reason I'm... Let's see here. I want to raise a Stinian no matter what. Maybe I should bring LSA, but
Let's
if I...
give it our all.
Oh, but if I do that, I need to bring Yuri
Our
on.
fates are not yet sealed.
Because, again, you cannot have Alphino and LSA in the same party, or else that you're gonna run into trouble. I could just dedicate... I should probably just dedicate to one to level them, but... whatever. Graha, I don't need to worry because he can be anything. Although, if I continue to do my Paladin stuff, I'll probably make him DPS alongside another one. I'll probably make him a DPS to be alongside the one I don't raise.
Together we shall overcome.
Here we are. If I outrun them, they won't be able to attack me. And that's legitimately a form of mitigation, or so my Paladin main buddy tells me. There we are, I stopped it. Yeah, see, that's what a good tank should be doing. It's also something that the NPC tanks are not capable of doing, no matter how hard they try. Because they don't interrupt.
Together we shall overcome.
Does Carl do anything? It's hard to tell. Carl's not a Picto and Endwalker. She doesn't get it till the that till the end. Okay, so White Mage. Yeah, Pictomancy is not something she learns until the end as a big way to preview, hey, you could learn this next expansion. Because that's what they always do. Should have seen back in Heaven's Ward when we strangely get someone from Doma who has a lot of oddly specific samurai techniques. I do love samurai, by the way. Then again, it seems like my favorite jobs seem to be, other than Dark Knight, which was Heaven's Ward, my favorites all seem to be from Stormblood onward, because Red Mage was, well, Red Mage and Reaper are the only mains to last more than expansion. Usually I change each one. Dancer got close, though, I'll be honest there. guess because I want to bring in Stinian so hard. I guess since I want to bring in Stinian so hard, that's causing the weird... Because it's either that or Enish, Stola, or Alex. Someone with AoE, which is... Honestly, even Alistair's not great at it. It's a lot better for... she does have it, though. It's just not as good as Graha or Ishtola, because those are they're black mages, souped up black mages, and black mages get a lot of AoE. Be gone for a tower. I got hit by the lightning. That's a little embarrassing, isn't it? Yeah, Uriange once again knows how to remove it. Stands until death claims you. I'm clearly the most edgelord paladin around, so I'm gonna black out a bit.
You're mine! You underestimate me! Be gone!
I'll just need it. Tank privilege in action! You know, if I get enough gear here for my Viper, maybe I could do that with Trusts, too. It takes, as you've noticed, it does take quite a significant length of time, but, well, as famously mentioned, DPS queues can take just as long to pop. Just to pop, let alone doing the dungeon itself, so... Plus, it should get Thancred to max level just fine, regardless of any of the others I do here. Alright, here we go. Alright, Urionte's an Astro, and Astros actually have quite a bit of emergency heal options. I know people always go White Mage has the most emergency heal buttons in the game, but Astro's pretty up there too. Especially speaking as someone whose favorite healer used to be Astro. Unfortunately, after the rework, I can't quite say that anymore, but I won't say I hate it, just... yeah. Right, I forgot one of them gets a slow debuff. That's actually quite helpful. Oops. Probably should be destroying some of these, but... Definitely don't need any casting earrings. Yeah, my casters are all 90 or higher. Kinda like how our abilities just poke.
You underestimate me!
Probably don't need to have it so I'm forcibly facing the target.
I have you now.
Pixie subjected me to far worse.
You underestimate me!
Let's give them a show.
You're fine!
skin. Oh, wonderful. Trousers of healing. Yeah, the main, I guess Alice is the main issue with my leveling of the trusts, because she cannot be in the same one as the others, but she's not exactly a freak either. Vulnerability here yet. Happens at the next set. Yeah, I screwed up. I needed to dodge those and I didn't. Yeah, Urion J is giving me a lot more leeway. I probably should use him for the Paladin just because raw healing works well here. I can heal myself a lot more as the warrior.
You underestimate me.
Actually, my healers are all at 90, so much. My healers are all 90 or up. I have no casters that can use that.
Make ready!
I only think Urion can handle this. Here we are. PPO sisters are a nightmare. Oh, boggles. I didn't want to start anything with a commitment when I'm going to be playing with the team again next time, so I figure this would be a good one. I didn't know if people played. Or we're familiar, I guess. I know Damon's familiar, but I don't think he's played. Not asking. Oops, I messed up. Ah well. Tank privileges are nice. Let's stay away from it.
You underestimate me.
I do finish crafters on 100, finish raids on a savage. Nice. I've done some party finder savage, but not too lucky lately on those. Plus, I've been trying to get a lot more fate grinds done because I want the squirrel mount, but that thing requires. Well, I've got the shared fate done to unlock it. It's just I need 500 of those, and I've only got like 80. I need 500 vouchers, and I only have like 80. Technically speaking, my main job is Reaper. It just feels so clean to play, that's for sure. But I've been doing a lot more tanking lately, including occasionally tanking for the Party Commander Savage. I was surprised at how much I've been playing lately. I guess I was just in the right mood for it, or maybe the gameplay improvements have just been really nice. I will say it's nice that the final boss of the story felt like they had some actual fight to them. I don't think I've felt that since Stormblood. I loved Endwalker's story, but holy crap, that final boss was easy. Though I guess one could argue that was intentional. Okay, good. Main ass because I don't trust the people to heal. I get what you mean there, yeah. It's also partially why I ended up picking up tanking a lot more. A lot of the tanks have been self-sustained lately, so I don't have to worry about too much worst-case scenario. Like Gunbreaker, if the healer dies or doesn't know what they're doing, I can absolutely keep everything under control, because at the end of the day, 1-2 and 1-2 on Gunbreaker is amazing. Dark Knight I love, but it has the least self-sustain of everything. You actually do have to care about your healer there. Sure, it's fun. Yeah, Interforce is good at eye level. People fleeing into the void. Indeed. In fact, my stream VODs have me doing the exact same thing. There we go. Sisters are down. Tower of Za Orc Roll? Oh, nice. I haven't gotten that one yet. Code of Aiming. I think I might need that, so I should probably, Actually, how does this coat look? Do I need it, or do I want to... I guess it's alright. I prefer tank outfits that are heavy coats rather than, heavy plate armors. Yeah, Warrior is... Everyone I know mains Warrior says it's completely overpowered, and after having played it for a while now, I can get why they feel that way. Yeah, my favorite's still Dark Knight, though. I really love the near raid long flowing coats. It just works so well with all the potential outfits. It's just so easy to make a good outfit with them. Yeah. Sadly, Dark Knight has the least healing of all the tanks, although they tie with Paladin for some of the most mitigation, so... A lot of Dark Knights are a bit worried about it, but I'm gonna wait and see. Thematically adore it. Know what you mean. Yeah. Actually, where's my glamour plate for it? Yeah, here we are. Usually I have the Sophia sword because I think it has a nice... The black and gold makes a really good look, I think. Although I can't appreciate just plain a great big piece of metal like the Neo Kingdom Greatsword I got right here. Oh yeah, and Gunbreaker I also play a good bit, but that's to be expected. Gunbreaker is pretty much a tank specifically for DPS mains, so it makes sense I'd have enjoyed that as well. And for this one, as you can see, I use the Hades Gunblade. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, Reaper's my main. I'm not a fan of the big edgelord stuff, so I usually put the white paint on the Manderville stuff. It's basically just the Asphodelos outfit, but I think it looks pretty good. Reaper is one of those that looks complicated on paper, but is really straightforward in playing, and it feels so clean. And since it's basically unchanged from Endwalker, I can't help but love it. True endgame glamour. Indeed. Fashion is true endgame. And I've just been using Picto as my main caster, although I haven't been doing that as much lately. Although before Picto... Oh, right, Red Mage was my main beforehand. Oh, right, I've been messing around. You know, fun fact, I ended up queuing into roulettes, and I ended up getting the final boss of Shadowbringers, so I'm pretty sure I ruined someone's main story with this outfit. So, right. The Paladin. Oh, for ranged physical, my main is just Dancer, I guess. Dancer's pretty good stuff. Reaper's easy. Slash, red slash, blue slash, cloaky slash, repeat. Yeah, there's a beauty to the simplicity Reaper has. And it's nice that Dawntrail didn't mess with it too much. All we did was get a few more range attacks, which don't have cast bars, which is actually pretty impressive. Even Communio has a cast bar. So it fit into the rotation pretty well without feeling like it changed too much. So yeah, I'm sticking to Reaper as my main for this expansion, with Dark Knight or Gunbreaker tanks as secondary. Along because Viper, why does everything change everything else? I was actually queuing as Viper a bit earlier to try, but I learned a major flaw. Basically, Viper only has these two buttons for anything in the Realm Reborn content. Well, for anything up level 30. After level 30 to 50, you get the AoE 1 and 2. And after that, you basically don't get anything until Heavensward content. You can tell it was absolutely, you can tell they balanced it for Dawntrail's endgame and not the others. Ah, well. I should probably make Dragoon my next one to level 100, just so that since it and Reaper mean I can throw away any maiming gear that is not level 100. That'd be quite nice. No one's storying with Viper. Choke them in Vows of the Dead. I have wondered if I should try any of the soloing for Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High or the Eureka Orntheos, or how we pronounce that one. I know some streamers do exclusively that, and I get it. That's kind of the closest the game has to a roguelike mode. Plus, the titles for getting to soloing those dungeons are actually pretty rare and special still, so that'd be neat. But I have to do a lot of research to get that stuff done. I mean, yeah. Doing story roulette and getting something low with Viper basically has you doing a boring 1-2 combo for everything. At best, you might have the 1-2 single target 1-2 AoE. Back in the day when it was Summoner all the way, because Physic healed a chunk. A little, yeah. Now, although even at Stormblood, I recall not wanting to use Vercure very much, simply because it did actually heal a decent amount since it goes by Int rather than Mind. And of course, Red Mage is an Int class, but it also eats a ton of MP. So it's basically only something I do as a last resort, or if the boss decides to go untargetable and I want to prep dual cast. Because as nice as it is to hard cast something, you still need a target. Right, I should repair my stuff real quick. Oh, I'm getting a full Mansuya outfit. I guess if I want to mess with the glams later with those, I can do that. I'm kind of stuck if I want to raise my favorite trusts or my, the ones that I know I need to get done eventually. Because if I go with favorites, it's going to be like Urianger, Y'shtola, or Graha with Estinian. Because those are kind of the favorites there. But the problem is I need to get Aliso and Alisei together to get all for the achievement, title, and all that, and their alternate costumes. In which case, by the way, I'm very glad they were not cowards when it comes to the, summer outfits. Like, Thancred and Urianger both get... Hey, Graha, they all get shirtless outfits. Y'shtola gets an actual bikini. They were not cowards. They knew what the fan base wants and delivered. But yeah, that's idle and stuff for getting these guys up are what I'm after here. So part of me wants to go with just, like, favorites, which would be something like this or this. But at the same time, I do need to get all of them up if I want to, so... Plus, I kind of hesitate to have Graha as a DPS because he can be anything. So, like, if I want to level with Viper... If I want to train the Trust with Viper... Well, Thancred's going to be leveling pretty quick since he's the only tank option, but... I could also use Graha as a healer, for example. Like, if I level the Trust with Paladin and Warrior and both Alphino and Urianger max out, I can have Graha heal, while Thancred tanks, for example. Show my crafters. Honestly, I don't raise crafters except for the, what's it called? The, reputation quests that use them. So, like, for the rabbits, I was using Culinarian. Yeah, I both love and hate with how much they listen to the community and such. On one hand, it's great because, like I said, they were not cowards and they gave all the Trust the summer outfits everyone actually wanted with them. But on the other hand, they listened to the community to align all buffs at 2 minutes, and as a result, speaking from the PF with Savage, your DPS goes to hell and back if anyone actually dies, and the buffs get desynced. Yeah, honestly, I was telling my friend a while ago, my buddy who's a Paladin main, and part of the reason I'm training Paladin right now, actually, I should probably queue up and do this. You know what, maybe I should just do the favorites.
Victory will be ours!
Well, no, I can't split. I have to have Alisei involved, because you cannot have Alphino and Alisei in the same party. Alphino prioritizes her whenever she takes damage, and she does not do mechanics well.
Let's give it our all!
Fine, we'll do it this way. Urianger being an Astro means he can probably handle my, raw healing better, so I'll do with Warrior with Alphino since he's a shield healer. Yeah, Alisei with her eyes fixed on that limit bar. Which is a shame because Estinian also loves to use it, but most people don't mind Estinian using it because he's a single target. Yeah, Culinarian I have just to make some food buffs here and there, like, I bought like 200 of the pastry fish when I first started the expansion to help level everything, and this probably tells you how long I've been leveling stuff lately. Probably should do it even more soon, but yeah, you get me. Likewise, I only do the Disciples of Land for the reputation quest for the same reason, so whatever they are, I'll probably use Culinarian and Fisher again for these. I do sometimes, I don't really craft, although I did get some stuff. It's like no one knows physical DPS LB has higher potency. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I don't mind if like, with players, I don't mind the AoE if, like, we make a huge pull and the caster uses an or a sniper uses an AoE to get rid of that group. That'll make it a lot easier, but... the CPU will only use it against the bosses. Which means you usually want to be single target, but Alisei is not single target. This way. Oh, crap. Stun it. There we are. Phew. Sadly, Thancred does not know to stun that sadly, Thancred does not know how to stun that thing, so it's a little more annoying than it has to be. Here. Yeah. Like, I know, as far as Dawntrail goes, I know Wook is a very controversial character, but I really wish she had been a trust here because, well, first of all, she's here for all the leveling dungeons, but more importantly, she'd be a second tank main for the purposes of trust, so that Thancred won't be alone anymore. Big lanky steppies, indeed. A shame you weren't here when I was leveling my Pictomancer, because then I was just giving everyone the bonkies. And I forgot Kryl was in this dungeon until I was doing it last run. But yeah, she's a white mage here, I guess. I didn't mind. A few key points, voice did not do job intensity. Yeah, I know what you mean there. And I do genuinely believe it's the voice direction that was the issue more than anything else, because Thancred also sounded a bit off. And it's the same one as before. Shola also sounded a bit weird, but like something was up with her mic, but then I found out that apparently her voice actor is at home having a baby, at which point I thought, oh, yeah, I can, yeah, it's probably recording at home with her own mic then. Not ideal, but... So yeah, there was some pretty bad timing in the general sense. So yeah, there's a lot tied to it. But the good news, the gameplay is to be better than ever. The big heal. It turns out the big healer strike at the start was unnecessary, because it turns out everything is indeed hard enough that you don't want to go without a healer if it's your first run on fresh eye levels.
This will hurt.
More so since I was Dark Knight, and again, you actually have to care about who your healer is when you're playing Dark Knight. I'd definitely say story mellowed with mixed feelings, but I guess if I'm feeling like I want to play, I'm in the mood for this game this much, then it's doing something right. Gameplay is definitely something you can't overlook. And I do like the tournament arc that they're doing for the raids, that's for sure. It's always nice when it doesn't feel like some fights are just, you know, filler. Last time I actually did Savage raids was with a static back in Stormblood, and that kind of did it since it was a lot of fan servicey fights, but it wasn't exactly perfect. Like, there was a lot of, okay, this is just a filler during the Omega raids. I did mention it. My favorite healer used to be Astro, but since the rework, I honestly don't like it as much. I wouldn't call it bad, but it's definitely not as fun as it used to be. So I've been sticking to Sage for that, but I wouldn't say I'm comfortable with any healer. I'd rather be the tank. Doesn't matter if it's Dark Knight or Gunbreaker, I just feel more comfortable with those, I suppose. The cards are more simplified, like a second less thought, but do give me all the cards I need. Yeah, the OG cards was what I liked about it to begin with. I didn't mind when they were all just made to damage, because, well, let's be real here. In the general sense, everyone always just fished for the damage ones. But I personally felt they went a little too far by simplifying it like they did. But I do know that's kind of how reworks are going to go. Some are going to love the changes, some are going to dislike it. It's why can get why some summoner mains preferred the much more complicated Stormblood or Shadowbringers ways over the ones that they did for Endwalker and Dawntrail for it. Actually, now that I think about it, Summoner's been reworked damn near every expansion. This is the first time they actually remain consistent. I guess they just didn't know what they wanted to do with the job for the longest time, but now they've kind of settled on it. Enjoy the versatility now of the battles. Don't just blast out fights these extra combinations.
Let's give them a show.
I was mentioning earlier, I do appreciate that they buffed Sheltron to Holy Sheltron and Heart of Stone to Heart of Corundum, but it's starting to feel like Blackest Night probably should have gotten a buff too. It was the greatest mitigation before, but they'll probably give it one next expansion, I guess. My big hot take is that I genuinely like Dark Knight in Endwalker. It was very, very heavily burst-oriented. I know many will point out, oh, but Gunbreaker was so much stronger. Yeah, but that's at the high end. If you look at the lower end for inexperienced or newer Dark Knights, that was actually a lot higher. It was actually a lot higher than the lower end Gunbreakers. So Gunbreaker was a lot more technical. It had a higher ceiling, but had a much lower floor. Dark Knight had a lower ceiling, but a much higher floor. So it was a lot more forgiving, I guess. Another heal would be nice, even on the Darkest Knight. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. They probably felt it was fine since it was agreed to be the hands-down best short cooldown mitigation of all the tanks, but that was back before Heart of Stone and Sheltron got their upgrades, for example. Huh. Yeah, Urianger is much better for healing this. Astros just have a... As I mentioned earlier, people say that you always want a white mage for the emergency heals, but don't underestimate the amount of emergency heals Astros have. They very much have a lot of oh shit buttons. Your pop your shield, good. Yeah, there's a button for everything. I almost think of Astro to think of the cards, but it's always had pretty good raw burst healing whenever the situation called for it, even back when it still had diurnal and nocturnal stances.
You underestimate me.
Yeah, like the next group here would be absolutely ideal for a caster limit break if we had it, but the Avatar, the Trust will not do that. They'll only use it against the boss. Time for, there we are, Hollowed. I appreciate Hollowed not having any gimmicks or anything, just you cannot take any damage for a short period of time unless it's like instant kill or remove cheese effects.
You underestimate me.
There. Yeah, feel like I'm finally getting the Paladin down here. Warrior may be the most insane of the tanks, but that doesn't change that Paladin's got a lot of tools as well. Arguably the most mitigation and self-sustain at the cost of lowest damage, but... well, if you're playing Paladin, I assume that's the trade-off you're going for. Paladins have a lot of reputations to them, and this game certainly lives up to them. Now Lightspeed stacks is discussing burst phases. Yeah, I know what you mean there. Here we are. Always keep the food buff up for the slightly boosted XP gains.
On guard.
Together we shall overcome this.
I must say, Paladins actually felt a lot better than I thought it would. Are my days as a complete edgelord done? Well, probably no, because I'm still maining Reaper as my physical DPS, but it's a nice thought. You know, I will be honest, a Paladin is one of the jobs that feels like the job meter's a little vestigial. I mean, it does show, it is nice for showing off when you're in tank stance or not, or for when you can, but all it really feels like is an overly elaborate cooldown for Holy Sheltron. Like, you could just give it 2 stacks. Where's the one that's not moving? This one.
Let's give them a show.
This will hurt.
It's hard to put into words how much I like how the development Estinian's gone through. Believe it or not, I actually couldn't really stand him back when he was just in the Dragoon storyline and Heaven's Ward. He's come such a long way.
I have you now.
Here we are. From Grumpy Zealot to Begrudging Bro Grub to Shirtless Heart. He certainly has a lot of appeal to his character, yeah. The scene was unnecessary fan service. I have these guys to bring in too. Dang, that's a lot of good AoE. Now we got the same Runar. Sadly, Runar seems to have a very big preference for the spellcaster lady typus. Joker of aiming, guess that's right. Wait, no it's not. Yeah, it's not okay. I should probably get rid of anything here that's caster. I don't need aiming or caster thing from here. Oh well, at least I'm getting plenty of desynthesis points out of this. I don't need the healing rings either. I'm fighting Toya. Even Stoller herself has come through quite a bit. I mean, she just straight up hated everyone. And before, she was just very antisocial, but she's become much more, I wouldn't say she's become a people person, but she is certainly a lot less cold than she was. Invincibility. Heal. Heal. Come on. Yeah, this is definitely the roughest pull. I remember this one a few dungeons in Endwalker that actually has some spicy pulls to it. I'm really pushing it here, but yeah. I knew trusting in Urianger was a good idea. There we are. Phew. This poll is the reason you're on. Brother, indeed. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if he became a trust as well, although he would have been a machinist and therefore another DPS. The main reason I wanted Wook to be one is largely because right now poor Thancred is the only tank main of the group. Unless you count Graha, but I say Graha's everything, so he's a bit of a special case. Alright, well I get two I like and one I don't as much. I don't hate Alice, she's just not on the level as the others. Would've been quicker to fight all three at once. Please don't tempt fate like that. Oh yeah, I forgot they sometimes have amazing dialogue. Yeah, we're just gonna describe even how much he loved Ariante's dialogue. Why is thou inquire as to have fairness? I do appreciate how they feel pretty in sync. Oopsie, I was a little late to Divine Veil there. Alright, gotta focus. Yeah, I guess from seeing a few times, they seem to choose whatever of the three elements they're doing completely randomly. It's not set. To be a little closer to that than the others. Okay, maybe not.
Be gone!
I completely screwed up my damage rotation, but it doesn't matter, they're all dead anyways. Mindruva and Sandruva don't really have that much HP. It's very clear that Sindruva is the main boss and the others are just her entourage. Oh, whoops, I'm level 84 and I was doing the 81 dungeon. Silly me. Yeah, back when Endwalker was new, me and Copain did actually have a party where we tried to kill some of the others first. Sindruva, just like in Final Fantasies 4 and 10, if the other two die before Sindruva, or Cindy in some of them, so before Sindruva dies, Sindruva simply revives them. Although, it does technically buy some time since Cindy can't perform any attacks while she's doing that, but the revived party member comes back at full HP, so it does mean you have to melt them down again when you do actually kill her. So it's probably not worth it even just as a buying time option. Right, I can do the Tower of Babel now. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink. Server Excalibur. Although my buddy, my Paladin buddy, is on, he's even shown up on stream a couple times, although he doesn't stream himself. He's on Hyperion, and I do sometimes play with my buddy that I'm in the tabletop team with. He's on, I think it's Fafnir, or is it Fafnir? All right. Let me grab a sip of my drink real quick. Ah, refreshing. I was doing the Endwalker content to level my my warrior before, since he was only it was only in the 70s, but alright. Yeah, I need to upgrade my stuff here. One thing I do like is that Endwalker really was an all-hands-on-deck expansion, so they made sure to have as many people returning as possible. It's sure it was primarily fan service, but I thought it was pretty good. Endwalker's probably still my favorite expansion, even though I recognize there's a lot of good reasons the don't care for it. We are. As far as getting the achievement and idol for the title for getting everyone to level 90, it's a bit easier for Endwalker, because if you do I believe if you did one tank and one DPS, you could basically get everyone in one go, which is nice. In Dawntrail, it's going to be a bit more rough, though, because it's the same crew as Endwalker, but now Trial's been added, which is another reason I kind of wish they added as another tank main. I guess even Khan, and I guess in that case, even Khan as another DPS wouldn't be too bad. Especially since we don't have a machinist in the list. He'd make for some nice variety of DPSers. Because right now, Estinian is the only melee of the crew, especially since Reen, sadly, is Shadowbringer content only. Galul. Galul. The kid? Wouldn't be impossible. Although, granted, it does seem like Arenville's got some planning going on, so he could be added too. Although it depends, like, Zero was actually added as an Endwalker trust, but for some reason you can't use her in the leveling content. You can only use her at the end, which seems a bit odd to me. Wouldn't part of the fun of having a trust be leveling with them? The actual level 90 content stuff you only really have to do once. Thank you, thank you, Yurionj, dang. I was almost about to pop hollowed ground there. I might still have to, actually. Yeah, let's do it just to be safe. Alright, good. Now J doesn't have to worry about healing me for a little bit. Yeah, 10 seconds of no damage is really, really nice. Especially since it means the healers don't have to hold back their damage skills anymore. Plus, it doesn't require me to go down to 1 HP like with, it doesn't require me to go down to 1 HP like Gunbreaker, nor does it require me to die first like with, Dark Knight. Which is another reason Dark Knight, you really have to care about who your healer is, because if you use Living Dead, your healer ideally needs to stop healing you to activate it. I get they want to make these skills all different, but it does feel a bit much. But cool. But cool seems to be basically this expansion's version of, Bordola. Yeah, so it's not impossible. I did check Area, and it looks like he's been conscripted to make up for what he did in the events of the story, so we're definitely going to be seeing him again, I think. Yeah, these first 2 dungeons are a huge Final Fantasy IV reference, but then again, I guess they seem to like doing those. I mean, the last few dungeons are absolutely 9 references. Alright, so he's gonna repel me, so I gotta be closer to him. There we are. Not nearly as bad as the Alexander raids. I try to remember to use my team-wide protection whenever that happens. Although, granted, it is nice that they get an HP sponge that's gonna push me. Because Heart of Light and Dark Messenger both only give you magic protection for whatever reason. I don't know why. Shake It Off gives, I think it gives physical defense, Divine Veil gives your HP, but since HP is good, important no matter what you do, it feels like the more useful one, at least in my opinion. There we are. I probably don't want to be in front of him, do I? Yeah, he's gonna pull me to him, so I'll just let the shield attack handle him.
Together we shall overcome this.
I'll go ahead and weaken this so that it doesn't hurt as badly. There we go. There we are. Boots of Amy. Here we are. Ah, yes, the elevator section that every video game since the Ninja Turtles arcade game is required by contract to have. How to make the rules. Oh, I actually do already have the level 83 Paladin here. Well, isn't that neat? I accidentally used my strong mitigation here. Oh, whatever. It'll be back up by the time I need it again.
You underestimate me.
I only have like a 60 on the world center. Oh. Ah, that's disappointing. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I know a few that are unfortunately on a completely different data center, so it's difficult to get there. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. This is the first time I've actually even attempted a Savage Raid since Stormblood, so that's pretty neat. Oh yeah, I still need to do the Baldessian Arsenal before the Endwalker before the Dawntrail Relic begins, because that's going to introduce a new instance area, and that means even less people are going to be doing Eureka. Aha! It looks like the DPS had these guys done. The Helldivers have jumped. You know, I never did play that game. I've got a few friends who still play. They insist it's still fun, it's just the devs have been making weird decisions, which... well, what else is new, I guess? Lethal Company, I swear, they just add whatever the crap the creator thinks was a good idea that day. Yeah, I should not let my buff run out at any point. Yeah, I'll need to clean it. I really need to clean out my armory at some point. But I guess since I'm leveling stuff to 100, that'll theoretically fix the problem eventually, since at a certain point I could just throw out anything that's not level 100, you know? The only question is, will I actually be able to get to that point? Babel, the Babel Death Machine. Right, this door doesn't open. I believe in the voice acting cutscenes they pronounced it Babil, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a Tower of Babel reference. Then again, I guess they do usually go for a equally distinct version of everything. I mean, it's not supposed to be the exact one. This isn't SMT where it's all supposed to be, yeah, it's that character, or whatever. Slice and dice. Martial conditioning. I always did like how Final Fantasy IV's Barnabas fight had a few different outcomes based on whether you go after the monster first or Lugae first. Like, once I thought, I'll be clever and take him out, the doctor out first, but then it actually might have been worse, because then Barnaby said, oil, and then exploded and killed someone. Luckily, this game is not quite so, hilarious. For better or for worse.
Make ready.
dare you steal my chakrams?
Make ready!
Now.
Ray gun. When it comes to MMOs, I'm definitely one of those people who suffers alcoholism because I like to try out a bit of everything. So naturally, this one allowing you to play everything on a single character, right up my alley. Though granted, some vibe with me a little better than others. I figure I should at least get my dot off before this happens. Xenos, I kind of had the opinion I did like him in Stormblood for being a straightforward bad guy. We didn't have to worry too much about the, yeah, because it's straightforward bad guy, hey, we didn't necessarily have to worry about the nuances much, especially after how much Shades of Grey was in Heavensward, but then they brought him back, and I kind of didn't like that. Yeah, bad guy to stalking wannabe. Yeah. I know a lot of people love him, so it's awkward, but honestly, I only really tolerated him even in Endwalker. In Shadowbringers, I absolutely didn't stand him because it basically just said, meanwhile, the Source, you know, is being an asshole again. I'm all, ugh. I mean, we did technically get isekai'd in the middle of a war zone where we were actually fighting in the trenches and all that, so it was a little awkward. Just leave the Source, I get it, but it only ever really went back to the Source to go, hey, do you remember Xenos? Because he's screwing with everyone again. And that just kind of bothered me, how it kept reminding us he existed all that time. Endwalker, I mostly just tolerated him because he kept things from being a bit too simple. Like, at that point, it was either, well, okay, either the Ascians win or we win. At least Xenos was a wild card. Wait, what? Hold on. Didn't they allow us to go to grab a lot more of these guys? That's weird. I thought we could have gone further.
Together we shall overcome this.
Yeah, I'm not tripping, am I? You used to be able to go all the way through here to halfway, a bit further, right? Did they add that later? Weird. I did like Opredic was a contrast of highlighter characters still. Yeah, like I said, I get what they're going for with him, but it felt like they were just bringing him back because they needed a popular build into contrast with the other ones. I realize I shouldn't be bothering with this chest, but yeah, especially since it ended up being a waste of time anyways, but alright, we're just gonna do it this way. One thing about Paladins, I have my own heals, which isn't fan that badly.
You underestimate
Just
me.
since you are already familiar with this Endwalker story, honestly, if the game had given me the choice to just walk away and leave him with his battle blue balls at the end, I seriously would have considered doing it. The problem with that is, whenever Xenos is led to his own devices, he tends to just kind of kill everything that he comes across, so he might probably still end up having to fight him anyways. Still, I guess being a Reaper main does mean I was appropriately the right job for fighting him there, since it was basically a Reaper duel.
Make ready.
Yeah, this part's clean.
I have you now.
Yeah, that's a party wide. Let's do that. One thing I definitely did love about Endwalker is that even the dungeon bosses felt like a huge deal. That none really felt like just filler bad guys. I mean, we fight the Mega Sisters, then immediately Anima, and doesn't really slow down from here because we still get the, crap. And even the patch cycle, I wasn't expecting Cognolio, because apparently that's how it's pronounced. I've been getting it wrong for 30 years. Was a dungeon boss. Alright, here we are, Phase 2. How many dungeon bosses even get a Phase 2? Yeah, the pre-release stuff seemed to make us think that Anima and the Mega Sisters would be the trial fights, the expansion, which, well, I'm pretty sure that's by design, because neither of them are ones you want to spoil, you know? But it's still kind of funny. Oh, I hate those claws here. Lovely, of course he'd choose me.
You underestimate me.
Yeah, and it gets faster, so you never want to stop moving. Alright, so first this crew and then that one. There we are. Phase 1's done. The Phase 2's done. Back to normal. Yeah. That fight was a man, one expansion, right? It's level 83. I can understand why some felt disappointed by that, especially since it was immediately followed up by the rabbits, but I think it worked, honestly. It's not like the, honestly, the Mughals in Heaven's Ward were commonly disliked entirely because they were filler. All they really existed for was to buy time until you meet Reznilgar. Meanwhile, Lapor, it's a bit lighter after all the heavy stuff with Zodiark, but at the same time,
You underestimate me.
it still raised the stakes because they made it abundantly clear, okay, if we ever have to actually use this escape route opportunity, it's gonna suck for everyone involved. So, I'd rather... Yeah, I'd have preferred if I needed to avoid overcapping on my Holy Shelltron meter here. There we are. War Scythe, don't need that. Good dose of levity, but the shadow of danger is still looming. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's definitely some sections of some expansions that feel like filler, but I don't think the rabbits are nearly as bad there. Even though I get why some just find them really annoying. Huh. Let's go ahead and repair all this stuff. Actually, what's item level is the, Yeah, those aren't going to be useful for anything. These are 530, and these are also 530. I guess I could extract the materia. Living in a materia world. Oh my. Extract 1,000 materia. Dang. I'm not even actively going for that one. It just kind of happened naturally after all this time. I'll worry about this one later. Yeah, I really need to clean out my box here. Hello, Vodja. Welcome to the stream. Actually, might need that one. This one I do not need. I do believe I need this for rules. I do not believe I need this. Oopsie. So let's desynthesize it. Here we are. Oh right, I should update the warrior's gear just so I know what I can throw out and not. I'll clean all this stuff up later. Coding? Ah, fine. I was a bit tired tonight, so I figure I should do something that's not very stressful. And just farming in an MMO is usually pretty good for that. It's I need to get them by 87. I can do the 87 dungeon a little longer than usual if need be, but... Trust. And we're just gonna go with Tower of Babel again. Haven't played an MMO in a while. I've always dipped in and out of them, and this is far from the only one. I am an old guard when it comes to MMO stuff. I believe my stuff goes back to Ultima Online, if you can believe that. But I played quite a few over the years. I did used to play a good amount of Guild Wars 2, for example. I stopped around the end of Dragon's expansion. Nothing specifically about it made me go never playing that again. I just kind of fell out of it. Unfortunately, since all my friends who played it have also kind of had the same thing happen, well, not much I can do about that, I guess. Oh, right, I forgot my tank stance. Whoops, that's embarrassing. Silk Road? No, I have not, unfortunately. Let's see. I've not played Elder Scrolls Online, although my buddy Jasper has. The same Jasper who I sometimes play with. So he'd be good to talk about that. I used to play Dungeon Fighter Online, which was a Korean MMO, but unfortunately that was one of the ones sacrificed on the altar of, well, it's a matter of gameplay, but it was also a matter of pay to win, unfortunately, covering a lot there. It wasn't necessary per se, but when I first started playing it, a lot of combos and stuff were necessary. It's kind of like a beat-em-up meets fighting game, but even from a while afterward, and it is the case now, is you basically focuses around having, just using really powerful attacks to clear a room in one hit and then moving on. I get why it kind of moved that way, just because we want to complete dungeons fast and efficiently, but it means the whole gameplay style as a whole feels different as a result. Fly FF. I'm familiar with Fly FF, but I never actually played it. Because I missed out, but it's not really as fun, but too many bots completely win. Unfortunate. Yeah, as someone who used to play a ton of Team Fortress 2, I am familiar with the concept of something being ruined by bots and cheaters. This is actually a pretty big pull, so I gotta be very careful. I need to learn to stagger my mitigations better. I keep seeing my health drop faster and faster. The thing is, if I stack too many at once, yeah, I'll be completely invincible for a while, but then I'll run out, and then I'll be forced to eat the damage raw. You don't want to eat damage without mitigation when you're tanking. Not from this many enemies, anyways, because it adds up. Ball. Never played that one either. Alright, he's gonna repel me, so...
Make ready!
You underestimate me!
You underestimate me! Together, we'll overcome this.
Oh dear. He's gonna draw me in, so... Doesn't click before I invest in my ability. Oops, I missed. Alright, he's gonna repel me, so... There you go. Here we are. Wonderful, 85. The Ushanka of healing. I started at 81, so the fact I'm already at 85 feels pretty good. If you think this place doesn't... This feels pretty messed up, just wait until you see the next dungeon. Endwalker is absolutely a, roller coaster ride, that's for sure. It also seems like they wanted to have a nice mix of cinematics and raw gameplay for Endwalker, which I do appreciate. I prefer when the major events are in gameplay instead of just cutscenes all the time, even if I know that's kind of normal. Especially for heavy story-based games.
Be gone!
gonna level Trust, I really need to stick to the same team no matter what. I can't be swapping off regularly. Still, I do appreciate that Trusts do genuinely learn some new moves as you level them, so it does try to make you feel like your hard work's worth it. Plus, of course, you get a nice title out of the deals. Paladin really does a good job of feeling like a Magic Knight, because the rotation naturally has a good mix of physical and magic abilities. I do miss the Dark Knight's power slash, though, simply because it was one heavy swing followed by a blast of dark magic. So if I kind of kept the feeling there of a dark magic knight. But the tanks as a whole got revamped in Shadowbringers, and so they all feel pretty similar now. I don't need casting rings here. I forgot Urianger also slows and heavies enemies so that they don't deal as much auto attack damage. Dang, Urianger is helpful. Anything good in here? I guess that's okay. Again, it's something that my Viper cannot use, since that's 81 as we speak, so we'll be using that fairly soon. Leave it to Alisei to open with that.
You underestimate me! You now! You underestimate me! I have you now!
Yeah, it was tricky because his missiles were covering the transformation pad. They should also trust the voices for a mini.
Be gone!
That would have been hilarious, yeah.
You underestimate me.
Make ready!
I have you now.
Never stood a chance. Right, Vipers use scouting gear. Another elevator, but luckily this one is pure cutscene. It's not, you don't have to actually fight anything. Why is Lip giving me the ray of casting so much? Dang.
You underestimate me.
Be gone!
Here we are. Before Stinian got flattened. Then I got flattened. Pancake. Alright, we're just gonna hollow through this.
Be gone!
Here we are. Can barely look at it.
You underestimate
Alright, that's
me!
a team-wide, so let's mitigate that so Euron doesn't have to hurt so bad. Here we are. Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh well. Tank privileges. And begins feeding on souls. What calls soul form? I swear, they need to come back on that, at least for one expansion. Certainly feels like a trial boss despite being a dungeon boss, that's for sure. Like I said, how many dungeon bosses have 2 phases? Not many, that's what. Though I guess Dawntrail has 2 now that I think about it. Huh, interesting. Whales of levitation call forth chaotic energy.
You underestimate me!
Alright, I'll let you guys worry about that. Yeah, they just run across. Yeah, I don't want to use my burst phase when this phase is about to die. The altered cow. I'm sure it's gonna deal damage part of this, so yeah. My shields and Uranje's shields should keep us safe. Call that Oblivion?
Let's give them a show!
I had my arms length up.
This will hurt.
Alright, this area is safe. Alice is probably going to use her limit break as soon as she feels like it. Oh, nice! Because she had to dodge it. Nice. Because she had to dodge it to cancel limit break, and I guess Estinian thought, well, I guess it's my time to shine.
You're mine!
There we are. Magic bow. Tower of Babil has ended. Not sure why I keep walking over here when I need to repair after each round. Actually, I probably don't need this bow. Here we are. 85, which means we can now go to the next dungeon. Vanaspati. If you thought things were messed up before, oh boy, you've seen nothing yet. Banana spaghetti, indeed. Oh crap, alright. I was like, okay, here's where they get eaten by the monster, but I thought, oh right, no, that's not how this particular expansion works.
My friend, heed me. These are children of Paladin. This will hurt. I could do them no harm.
I forgot. Weird. There we are. Gotta get all of these. Oopsie. I used the wrong mitigation tool. It's not a huge deal, it just means I wasted one of the stronger ones.
If this is the only way,
I'm afraid so.
I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Together we shall overcome this.
You're mine!
Be gone! Be gone!
All these enemies are always called terminus or something. I forget why. Terminus refers to an endpoint of sorts.
This will hurt.
Note of despair. Mouth off.
Be gone!
Mouthing off pretty hard, I see.
I have you now.
mouth off. I just realized he's using that move by puking on me. Gross. That is what is left and what is right spells all make sense, not just for being a good indicator of his what direction he's attacking from, but also, you know, thematically what is correct, what remains and what is correct. I guess would be the best way to make it clearer. It's very simple and yet works on many levels. Alright, then. Oopsie, I accidentally hit Alice twice. Oh well, it's Alice. She'll just shake it off. Or say that she meant to do that.
Be gone!
Underestimate me!
Ow.
Be gone!
She'll have a song compare. She'll have a suit compare herself to you. Get over in a story arc, probably.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
The end has come. There's nothing else over here until the roadblock is there. No. I'm really screwing up my Paladin rotation. Oh well, the trust won't judge me for having a terrible Paladin rotation. That's why I want to do this in trust. No one else should have to suffer through my half-asleep ramblings. Yeah, Endwalker really liked stomping out anyone who was worried there might be a concept of child immortality. Still remember that scene where the child and parent get transformed, and the parent monster just kind of steps on the other one, not even caring. I guess that's just establishes how little of the original remains in there. Crazy stuff. Went body horror and then child. Indeed. And in Dawntrail, we have fossil souls being used as fossil fuels with a population whose memories are manipulated regularly by the ones in control. Yeah, I don't know where people are complaining Dawntrail has nothing dark about it. I think there's quite a bit there. The story left me with a lot of mixed feelings, but I do think the second half is significantly stronger than the first half. Or at least that's my thought, anyway. Oh, there's a lot of... The first half felt a lot like the Reputation quest storylines, which is not bad, it's just, it's probably not enough to carry on its own, which is why I felt it got a lot more interesting later on. Clemency. Clemency.
Underestimate me.
Be gone!
Kind of fun. For Endwalker, I felt like I was probably the most appropriate for the last fight, since me being Reaper while Xenos was also one made it like a rival fight, especially since that's kind of what he wanted to be, even if I didn't feel the same. And the villain of Dawntrail, I don't know how much I want to spoil it for those who haven't played, but at the same time, I guess it's been over almost 2 months now, and importantly, this VOD is going to be up on YouTube in about a month from time of streaming, so maybe I can. Someone whose goal was basically immortality, he was having to face me, who was a Reaper, who obviously represents death. And of course, they had their unknowable, incomprehensible technology versus mine, since I was using the Manderville Scythe as a weapon. Never seen tech like yours before, but then again, you've never seen one like mine before, have you? Meaningless destruction. Well, at least he's honest about it. And to be honest, I really love that animation for Holy Sheltron. Just to put the sword around him to form all those shields. It's really cool. Oh, of course you steal mine, Alice. Of course, just barely in time. Thanks a lot, Alice. And you wonder why I was favoring your brother here. Well, it was mostly just because it's mostly because if I leveled Urianger and not having put twins together, and as established, I don't want that. Unholy water. Heal the party. It's easy to miss, but I love how all the little details a lot of the skill animations have. There's so many I could list off. Sims Crystal Summon Godbert. Sure feels that way, but then again, even in the Manderville quest in Endwalk, he openly admits we're way stronger than he is. He's just saving us time by taking out stuff not worth our time.
You underestimate me!
Wonderful. Expassion. Spirits within mastery. What's Expassion again? Hold on, let me just check my roll actions, double check here. Expassion, what's this one? Oh, Spirits Within got upgraded. Now what does it do? Delivers an attack and 6 for all remaining enemies. Ah, basically it's now AoE. That's neat. Still think Godbert should have been a full trial fight, even an alliance trial. I didn't mind. Although, I will say it is kind of nice that we got a bit more of his motivations, because he is still a businessman at the end of the day. We know he loves crafting, but he also is very much a businessman. There's a reason he runs the Gold Saucer and is a member of the Syndicate and Ulda. But it was nice him be able to speak candidly without having to worry about reputation stuff, since it was just, you know, us. Oh dang, I'm almost at the end of my rest experience. Haven't done that. Oh. This is the first expansion I've done that 3 times. Once when I was going with just leveling Reaper normally, because you know that's main and everything. Next of time when I was leveling Warrior from 70 to 80, and now when I'm getting Paladin up here. Well, not a problem. It's what it's for. There's no reward for being at maximum rest XP bonus at all times. Oh yeah, that feels good. Terminus.
You underestimate me!
Luckily, I can just do my spin attacks without facing him. Isn't that lovely? I'll definitely say the tanks in general have been feeling pretty good. Warrior definitely feels like it's made for dungeons at this point, but I imagine if I were to do some actual trial fights with it, I'd say, yeah, I prefer Dark Knight or Gunbreaker over this. Come the monkeys. No more monkey business, buddy.
You underestimate me!
Together we shall overcome this.
This will hurt.
Yeah, these guys don't hit too bad, even without mitigation. Still, it's good to get in the habit of using it regularly. Oh, I'm glad. Alright, yeah, looks like the bot had to get someone trying to post spam. Darn spam bots.
Together we shall overcome this.
Great wide, so there we are.
This will hurt.
I have you now.
You're mine. Together we shall overcome this.
Oh no, buddy, you're not getting out of here so quickly. Of course, here goes the middle of my burst phase. Alright, let's see what you got. Let's mitigate that so the whole party doesn't suffer.
You underestimate me.
Let's add our shields a bit. I can protect myself, I guess. I should be getting the limit break soon, and LSA will do that. Kind of funny seeing Estidian and LSA fight over the limit break.
Together we shall overcome this.
Here we go. I do at least appreciate if LSA is going to be doing all the time, she'll, oh, the mechanics forcing to stop. Oh, I was hoping Estidian would steal it again. Still, at least tonight she has a custom limit break, and she's going to be spamming it all the time. Excellent. Oh yeah, how's the Monstrum brush look again? Ooh, that purple glow is neat. I'm gonna have to keep that one. The high steel chakrams. I do not need this anymore. Monstrum Codex. Do not need that. How does this look again? Honestly, not bad. But, I don't think it'll fit with any of my, maybe I can put it for glams later. Sorrel of Healing. Probably to synthesize that. Oh yeah, I need to clean out my bracelets, don't I? Purgatory. I should probably extract the materia here first of all. Yeah, I don't need the Aetheri's bracelet offending. Here are the Purgatory armlets, not needed either, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. I guess first things first, I should repair. Because for some reason I keep forgetting I need to do that. As the Sky Burns. Already got that one. I can sell that later, I guess. I'll just put it back here for now. Equip that bracelet. Actually, I should probably just sell these old materials that nobody uses anymore. Those are actually crafting items. I can use those, but these, no. Here. 86, alrighty. Best dive right back in, I think. Good, the team's 87, which means they can do the next dungeon without any trouble. Sheesh, it's already been 3 hours, eh? Well, that's a nice thing about the MMO grinding. It's easy to lose track of time.
My friends, eat. These are children of Stavner. Forgive me. I could do them no good.
Alright, see you later, Emma. Thanks for stopping by.
shall overcome this.
Those supers are not too bad, at least.
I have you now.
Good news is this is the point where you start getting gear that's better than the Crypt Lurker stuff that I bought from Yulmore, so it should be progressing quite smoothly from here.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Hydrate. Alright, 1 second here. That's the last of it. I genuinely have no idea how much longer I'm going, so if I decide I'm gonna keep going, I'll probably grab another. Oops. Alright, let's just use hollowed ground.
Shall overcome it.
Here, this auto attacks are being forcibly slowed. Phew. Alright, let's go. Let's do a sneak puzzle.
Together we shall overcome this.
And when I do the VN on Thursday, I'm definitely going to be bringing a full bottle of water. So it is fine for an MMO like this, even times when I'm doing voiceovers, because, well, they've been pushing a bunch against their voice acting lately, in the general sense. I'm not sure why they use the voice act some scenes, like just the searching device found something weird. But I guess it's at least nice they've been voicing a lot more lately. Alright, here we are. Luckily, as the tank, he's always gonna follow me, for better or for worse, so... There we go, that helped out a bit, I think. We'll just mitigate this so that the whole party doesn't have to worry as much.
This will hurt.
Let's give them a show.
Last gasp. There we go.
What is this vile presence I sense?
Yeah, I don't need any feelings to roll past the Endwalker content.
Be on your guard.
Maybe I should have gotten over here and done it first.
This will hurt. Be gone.
Yeah, even Estinian stoicness is being tested by this.
You underestimate me. Make ready.
Ooh, treasure. I'm not getting as much gear as I expected. At least the good news is if I can get the weapon from this dungeon, it's actually going to be a pretty good upgrade. Actually, you know what? I can hollow ground this, because the next few pulls are fixed. I can't go too hard on them. none of the Paladin earrings are going to be any use to me, so... Vanguard I might actually get use out of. Alright, so because the Azame earrings goes for everything up to below 90, so... Oh, at least I'm getting a good amount of desynthesis energy out of this. I should probably keep those actually, just because I'm doing this on tank. And by having those at the end of the... Wow, is it really only the second boss? I felt like that take a while. The middle area really takes a while.
Oh god. I have you now.
Ha, my shield's hold. For some reason, it feels like the hitboxes are a little off on those.
You underestimate me.
Be gone!
You underestimate me.
Little wreck.
You underestimate me!
Meaningless destruction. Let's make it a bit weaker destruction. Not so meaningless now, is it? Again, maybe that's what the monster thinks it is, rather than what it actually is. Excellent. Yeah, the mid part of the dungeon feels like it takes a surprisingly long amount of time. Meanwhile, the end here is extremely short. Not helped by the fact that you have to wait for those monsters in the middle to actually transform before you can actually fight them, and even then it's locked, so you can't do a big pull until right at the end. So I guess, yeah, that's why it feels so weird. Meanwhile, this one, we just have this one, the one in the middle there, and then it's boss time already. So the 2 packs for the boss are actually quite short.
This will hurt! Got you!
miss this last time? I think I might have missed this time. Then again, I guess if it's all gonna have some brace like that, then I'm not really missing anything of value. How frustrating, but understandable. Yeah, after this, you just have the chickens, the monkeys that crash the party, and then boss. So this dungeon's very much mid-pull oriented. Alright, let's keep the fish pastries going. As long as you kill one of them, the other monkey will spawn, so it's probably good to help me to help focus down this villain here. Hello, monkeys. No monkey business.
Make ready! You underestimate me!
Oopsie, I accidentally reset that with an even shorter one. Well, it's not a big deal. As I noticed last run, these monkeys don't hit particularly hard, even when I don't use, even if I eat the damage raw. It can't be. Oops, I accidentally might have screwed over a stand. Actually, and now I was able to look at things. Whoops. Flames of Decay. Yeah, don't mind if I do this. Hello, Ellie. Welcome to stream. Here's my marbles. I know what you mean. I attempted Savage, but I never said I was actually doing well at Savage. It'll be easier with time, at least, but... Here we are.
I have you now. You underestimate me. With heart and steel.
Oh, excellent. Be easier if we kept the same people. Yeah, no, I didn't get a static, so I decided, you know what, I'll just go with PF. Big mistake. But the good news is, this is the first time since... I still feel good since this is the first time I've even attempted Savage since Stormblood, so... That's pretty good. Static, which keeps changing. Hey, quit chewing those ribbons, Ellie. Otherwise I'll start chewing on you. Yeah, this... I do not need this scythe. Bracelet of healing. Let's go ahead and desynthesize that. There we are. And now I'm 87, but I'm also, unfortunately, completely out of everything. I'm out of rest XP, though, so... It's gonna be much slower leveling from here. Kitsis Hyperborea. Hyperborea.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Really? All that just for a helm? Oh yeah. This is something I can talk about here. During Shadowbringers, when the trust system was first introduced, was to, you got a one-time, you can do it regardless of level, well, so that you could do the main story, but after that, you had to level trust if you want to do any of the dungeons, period. And I'm just gonna do it this way. However, an Endwalker, people insisted that would be too much for alt jobs, because that would basically mean to even access them, you'd need to level them all through the Shadowbringers content. While they did make it easier, they trusts now get significantly higher XP if you level them if they're in a leveling dungeon prior to the current content. Instead, they made duty support, which basically allows you to do the story dungeons at leveling dungeons at any time, basically. The bad news is it made trust a lot more special, basically it made trust optional to level, period, basically. But the good news is, as a result, that they can now have duty support units that are different from the trust, which means they can have some creative options And this dungeon had some of the more creative options thus far. Run, 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 run. I'm sure this won't be terrible for everyone involved.
Be gone! You underestimate me!
That's not, I think the most time-consuming thing may not even be the Savage Raid. It's going to be getting that Squirrel mount.
You
It
underestimate
requires
me!
500 vouchers, which requires grinding fates. I already did the grind. To complete to unlock them completely. So rest assured that one's done. It took a whole weekend of 48 hours of non-stop grind, basically, but that's done. So no worries. However, to actually get the flying squirrel mount, I need 500 vouchers, something that costs... Well, it costs 100 fate gems, and you can only hold 1,500 gems at a time, which is aka 15 vouchers. So, the math, that's not adding up. I'm basically gonna have to dedicate a lot more weekends if I want to get that mount. Can people say this game has no grind? Oh, it absolutely does if you want it. Say nothing of some of the achievement titles or mounts, or just the achievements themselves if that's what you like most. So yeah, there's definitely grind in this game if you want it, and unfortunately for me, that adorable squirrel mount is one of the biggest grinds I could have chosen. It's this one. There.
You now.
Reading some of the lore bits here actually gives a lot of interesting insight. Like, this is an adorable monster, but because it can't speak, it's scheduled for, even if we didn't kill it here, it was apparently scheduled to be, eliminated. Because they forgot to make it the ability to talk. Yeah, I don't think Hermes is entirely wrong with how we smash everything, we're bound to hit it. Alize's attacking all of them. A little shy, are we? Fine, my being accurate.
Together we shall overcome this.
You're mine!
It's here. Every time Alice say, "Have you now?" I'm surprised at how many people this day think Illbeard was right all along. I mean, I guess there's always gonna be someone who says the bad guy was actually the good guy, but well, I think, well, because all he wanted was to liberate all Amigo, which blood proves he won. And the thing with Illbeard is he thought that there was a Liberate All Amigo button we could push at any time, and people just weren't pushing that button for whatever reason. Thing is, the Stormblood attack, when we go on the offensive against the Empire, that could only have happened because of the events of Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Otherwise, it could have never happened. It would have never succeeded. But, as was the feeling of many All Amigans, he just felt, well, maybe you just need to try harder. Or we weren't trying hard enough before. Even Lisa had that problem. And that was what they were trying to do to show her why that wasn't the case with the storyline, although I felt like Stormblood didn't utilize her as much as it really should have. Just kind of is there and then gets named leader of the Resistance despite Monago and Pippin being significantly more qualified for the job. Here we go. I mean, it kind of didn't succeed at first. It almost crushed it. Yeah, that's another thing. Being there. Or they were not prepared for the Empire to be as strong as it was, even with the ones who were actually experienced there, like Pippin. Realm Reborn had to be... Still, even to even get that point, Realm Reborn had to make sure the city-states finished their internal issues so that they could all become the Alliance again. And Heavensward had to be done in order to allow Ishgard to join the Alliance in the first place. Otherwise, they'd have at least one whole city-state less, which is a problem because Ishgard is actually one of the strongest in terms of raw military due to their theocratic culture. So their knights were absolutely no joke for they were an absolutely essential addition to the Alliance. And one thing I will say is that while Xenos was pretty straightforward in Stormblood, I do think that was to its favor, especially since it did a pretty good job of explaining why he was able to keep up with us as easily as he did. You can tell Shadowbringers tried to bring that back by having Renji be our rival there, but it didn't work, I felt. They didn't really do a good job explaining how he was so strong. I mean, yeah, he's been fighting Sin Eaters all his life, but that doesn't explain how he was able to dive into that cave of a cave that, you know, kills everyone that goes in there. And remember, Ishtola went in there and indeed didn't survive. We had to pull some strings to get her back. But then he came back as if nothing happened for no other reason than, well, he's the rival. He needs to automatically be teleported to whatever level the player's at. I miss snapping, indeed. I'll never get tired of that. But yeah, Renji felt like he basically just got teleported to our level to keep up. And I get the rules of drama mean that he had to be a realistically believable threat, but I think he would have been a lot better as Thancred's rival. Like, if he had died after the big fight with Thancred, I think that would have been perfectly fine for his arc, since he and Thancred had a much more personal beef. Breaking line of sight is a great way to mitigate just by enemies have to get there. Now, I believe I should be able to... Yeah, let's just hollow to this. taking effect. Here we are. My daughter, no, my daughter. Indeed, the custody battle of a lifetime. Was that in poor taste? That might have been in poor taste. Well, again, I guess it's not unusual for parents to all want a child. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, I think Renji was best when he was being Thancred's rival in the players. Even when we fought him right before the Vothri scene, I thought that was a case of, we're just fighting him out of obligation at this point. Although I guess looking back, he might have been a hint as to Reaper being an upcoming job. Wouldn't be the first time they've done stuff like that, at the very least. Scratch. Hydration. Alright, Oh, my drink's empty. I'll hold on. I'll need to beat this boss and then grab one. Rest assured I'll do it. I just need to, you know, not be about in the middle of dying.
You now.
Be gone!
Oh crap, I was in very much in the wrong place. I thought those were circular AoE.
You now.
Make ready!
Circles.
Underestimate me!
You now.
Be gone!
Intimidation, weakening. There. Right. Radium is not being used. The Apocalypse is not being used by anything, so I could probably afford to get rid of it. I can also desynthesize this. Oh, Van Braces. Equip these. I can apply my glamour plate later. There we are, Van Braces offending equipped. Alright, I promised to hydrate. Alright, one moment. Alrighty, I'm back and hydrated with a bottle of water. I'm not sure if I'll drink all of it, but I can just save whatever for later. I mean, next time when I stream, I'm gonna be in our team here, so it's definitely gonna need. They're definitely gonna be driving me to drink. Let's just say. Then again, I'm sure they'll say the same of me. Dang, that's a huge debuff Urianger puts on them. I love it. Yeah, make no mistake, that slow debuff is huge in terms of damage mitigation. It's basically another rampart.
You are directly at me.
Right, I should grab whatever's in here. Cassetto's Bracelet of Healing. I don't need any of this. Oh yeah, Imperial Brace of Casting, that is absolutely not needed. Arctic Bracelet of Casting. I actually don't need that anymore, but I might want to get those materia back, even if just to sell them. I don't think any of them are actually all that valuable anymore, unfortunately.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Make ready! All that I have and more I bring to bear!
Oh, wow. Yeah, this dungeon feels a little better than Banaspati, I think.
This will hurt.
I think because the enemies are a bit more evenly distributed. Yeah, playing it there made me realize it really has the middle part where everything is focused. Now, I recall this boss took me a little bit of work to properly master.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient breath, unleash your power! Dancing winds, here's my foe! Stars on high, fall and rain!
Together, we'll overcome this. Goodbye! Be gone!
Interject. I don't know what that is, but I don't want it going off. Something tells me I don't want that going off too, but it can't be interrupted either.
Streams of ether, surge as one! dancing wind! Pierce my foe!
Together we shall overcome.
Oops. Yeah, I probably should have interrupted that. It gives him an attack buff, which it's not impossible to overcome, it's just kind of a pain.
Stars on high! War is made!
We can't succeed.
Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
Hollowed. In emergency, hollowed ground. There we go. Whew. I want to know what a Zem's monster shape was. That's a good question, actually. Emmett does confirm that everybody has one, whether they use it or not. Although from what his implication gave, he doesn't like using his very often. Probably sun or star shaped if I had to guess, if only because Zem's symbol is the symbol of the solar system star, the sun. It's like, gosh, to show them. It's possible, yeah, though also remember, Emmett is a complete prude. Well, then again, he also says a lot of stuff he doesn't really care about, like how he keeps saying he doesn't consider people the reflections to be alive, and yet his recreation of Amuro was significantly kinder to us than when we actually went to Elpis. Because when we actually went to Elpis, we barely qualified as a familiar because our ether was so weak, while in Amuro, we were still treated as people, even if just small children. You know what I'm saying? Indeed. I'll put that in the armory chest because my warrior's probably going to want that once I get there. What was the last item I got? Not the revolver, the other thing. A choker of fending. That is a legitimate upgrade, so yes, please. And of course, reapply the glamour plate. The Midas outfit from Heaven's Ward still looks pretty good, I think, from the Alexander raid. I'm barreling with savages, savage raids, so I'm probably not even going to bother with ultimate raids. Granted, I'm hearing they're getting pretty easier as time goes by, but... Hello, small, tiny, idiot children. It seems like a very Emmett way. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. He's talking down to us, but he still considers us people at the end of the day. Meanwhile, the people of Elpis were not at all as that kind. Every now and then, a party has an amazingly bad run. Strictly speaking, I probably should unlock at least the Ultima Weapon Ultimate. As apparently I've heard that one is actually extraordinarily easy. Granted, there's no Reaper Scythe for it. Because Reaper's an Endwalker job, it only really has it only really has 2 ultimate weapons. The ones that were released during Shadowbringers, basically. Well, the ones in Shadowbringers, the one in Endwalker, so... We're only like 8/14ths of an ancient. Yeah, something like that. It's also why we got the attention of Eutrope over in the current raid tier. On that note, for absolutely no reason, I ended up going back to her home and speaking with the others. The younger sister mentioned that the reason her name is so different is because she pretty much completely embraced the Alexandrian culture. That explains why she's such a huge fan of Electrope, even though you'd think she was preaching the choir for the most part. It's 7 or 8 plus 1 from Ardbert. We're a bit of a special case in that case. And there is a fan theory going around that the Reaper's avatar spirit is actually our reflection from the 13th. But since the obvious question there is who would make a contract with the Warrior of Light, I do recall questioning why they didn't have, like, Lucifer himself do it, because by joining with us, that means we don't have to kill him at some point, and he gets paid, basically. But yeah. Yeah, 1 base, 7 shards, and the Warrior of Darkness, yeah. Kind of funny that a relatively the filler arc from Heaven's Ward ended up being so major in Shadowbringers. But then again, I guess it is 5 years, that's more than enough time to be relevant. That's why some are a lot more optimistic about the kinda okay Endwalker patch storyline. Zero and the others are probably going to return at some point, although 5 years is a very long time. So, I can understand not wanting to have to wait that long before it gets interesting. If you didn't like it, I mean. Yeah, you can really feel what it is now that we're missing the rested XP. Good news is our trusts are coming along well. Yeah, everyone's 89. Very nice. Zelp Realm of Darkness back in Shadowbringers with the route class. Yeah, but don't forget that was a huge retcon at the time. The World of the Void being the 13th reflection, you could tell was absolutely not something they had planned back in Realm Reborn because, well, they did touch on it briefly with the World of Darkness stuff from the Crystal Tower raid. So they had to redo a lot of stuff with the patch cycle to make it a lot more sense with the current. Although granted, Shadowbringers did do a number of retcons they had to redo later. Like, Emmett's motivations make sense for him, but now La Habrea's stuff that he did back in Realm Reborn no longer makes sense. They had to explain that in the Pandemonium raids in Endwalker. Yeah, AR was kind of a canvas. You could tell, well, let's just introduce these guys. Let's make it clear good guys, bad guys. Make things rather straightforward. But I can also understand why having to retcon all that might rub someone the wrong way. Let's clemency this just to be safe. I do trust Urianger though. I trust him a lot more than I do Alphino, that's for sure. And I'm not one of those that everyone hates Alphino type of person. Alphino's been a pretty divisive character since Realm Reborn, really, so. But I don't dislike him that strong. Yeah, I'm sure they could have gone, look, La Brea was a bit insane. It didn't take it as well as them. Just ignore, I nearly destroyed the world. Haha, yeah, he did. Yeah, I will say they did reasonably explain it in Endwalker, but remember, that was a whole expansion afterward. So it was a bit weird that they retconned in a way that made La Brea's actions cease to make sense. And then not at least address it as he's a bit of a special case or anything like that. Especially since the reveal that he's one of the 3 Unsundered means that he was actually a pretty huge deal. I know there was a lot of speculation as to whether or not he'd return after Thornton used him as a power source, but it pretty much got confirmed that he's truly dead. I guess that's a fitting end for him. Spend the whole time controlling everyone he looked down upon, only to overlook something that results in his own death. Wouldn't be the first time someone way stronger that was defeated by someone significantly less powerful simply because they weren't paying attention well enough. Alright, here we are.
I have you now.
Wrong hotkey. That's a little embarrassing. This will probably be a bit easier when I do it with Warrior. And I'm definitely going to be doing it as Warrior, even though I could do instant Qs with the DPS if I want. Compared to DPS, I mean. Just because, like I said, Thancred's the only tank main on the Trust, so if I level them with tanks, it'll be a lot easier. Reminds me I should probably have done the, gotten the achievements for leading your, your GC squads. And GC squads, isn't that another piece of content that they had a lot of potential, but they just kind of left behind? I guess they just couldn't think of any good ideas with it. Even, they were kind of the prototype for trusts. Well, that's easy. I can still do that. The light. Be bad. Oh, neat. I didn't notice Urianche uses his divining thing to figure out where it is. I mean, you'd think he'd just use the footprints, but I guess to be fair, it does get a lot harder to do that later on. Reminds me of the Fenrir fight. I could probably have taken that tank buster raw, but like I want to risk that at this point. Of course they do. Really? Right in the middle of my burst. Little shy, are we? Fine by me. I can wait. Hey, my fight or flight won't wait, buddy. Wasn't even long enough to...
You underestimate me!
Rigid stomp. Might as well weaken that a little. Let's do it this way then.
You underestimate me.
Alright, it's gonna be using its ability soon. Frostbite and Seep. I believe this should be the last one. Yeah, they don't even speak because they all can tell which it is. There we are. Reeves offending. Sounds good to me.
Together we'll overcome this.
Smash the glass here.
I warn you. Stay away.
You underestimate me.
Be gone!
Cassetto's Ring of Aiming. Dang, they really wanted to give me that ring casting. I don't need the Ring of Aiming either, so... Here we are. Alright, let's go. Yeah, some of these are really fast. Come on, everyone get together and...
You underestimate me.
at you. That could have been nasty. Healing? Yeah. Maybe, but I don't need the healing one.
On guard.
Ow. Yeah, I could have taken these tank busters raw, but I'd rather not risk it.
You now.
And yeah, the Paladin will switch their sword from regular grip to the reverse grip. I'm gonna die. Oh, crap.
Together we shall overcome this.
I have you now.
And of course gives me the bath.
You underestimate me! Get ready! You're mine!
Wonderful. Enhanced Divine Veil. Now, actually, what does Enhanced Divine Veil do? It also restores HP. Adds a healing effect.
I cannot let you take me to
Yeah, there's a reason it used to have to get Paladin by raising both the Paladin and Conjure to kind of give a feeling of job and sub-job. But of course, that was largely abandoned. I get why, even if it's been unfortunate.
This will hurt! Be gone!
Then again, the mixing job-sub-jobs is practically impossible to balance, regardless of how well, since it's easy. I mean, you can obviously say Final Fantasy 11 did it, and Final Fantasy 11 is rather infamous for not having any balance whatsoever. I mean, some appreciate it, and I guess the fact that most of the tanks here have a lot of the same kit can be a criticism of making things too balanced, but I guess it's always a risk and reward here. Yeah, even this time I've been working out the pallitation tonight, I can really feel that the meter feels basically just like a cooled down on Holy Sheneltron here. The only thing it's used for is that intervention to protect someone else, and I think that's it actually. I might get a new one. I guess I might get a new one, the Dawntrail stuff, or whatever the capstone ability for... What's level 91? The Endwalker capstone. Blade of Faith. Oh, yeah, that's what Confetti or promote upgrades into. Yeah, that's... Now I remember. The ultimate capstone for Endwalker was that this Confiteor basically becomes a 3-hit combo. Not bad, although also a little underwhelming in its own way. Yeah, I'm not gonna need those, so I can leave my inventory to deal with later.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
One thing I will say I like about Dawntrail is that generic trash mobs like this are actually starting to get their own mechanics besides just an occasional circle or line AoE you have to pay attention to. I guess to keep you from sleeping entirely through the dungeon run. I'll admit, part of me misses Stormblood, how tanking was basically the whole team's job, where you actually had to pay attention to your, how much aggro you were generating at any given time. Unless you had a ninja on the team, in which case ninja basically completely controls a fight. Even now, ninjas probably have the most support of all melee just because they have a lot of debuffs. So making enemies just take more damage by existing. Did I miss a chest? I might have missed a chest. Oh well. Although I can't help but notice I failed to get a weapon, so I've been using Crypt Lurker the whole time. Well, it's a good thing I'm playing with Trust. They're not going to be pissed off at me having weaker gear.
Dust and gale, gather to me! Ancient breath, unleash your power! Tossing winds! Here's my foe! Stars on high! All is red!
Ah, crap. Oh, well, this is unpleasant.
Be gone!
I have you now.
There we are, and now he didn't get his damage buff.
Streams of ether! Surge as one! Make ready!
There we are.
Tossing winds! Here's my foe!
Interject.
You underestimate me!
Stars on high!
Time
War
to
and rain!
Glad Estinian beat LSA to it. I'll just weaken him a bit so this doesn't hurt.
Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
You underestimate me.
There we are. A new glamour for Estinian is now available. Oh, wonderful. The team hit level 90. Wow, another revolver? I appreciate the enthusiasm game, but my machinist is already level 91. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I'm saving a few of the DPS jobs, like machinist, specifically for doing fate grinding for the purposes of the flying squirrel mount. I don't have to. In fact, I could probably use a tank that's already capped and make it much quicker, but I'd rather feel like I'm not wasting the experience, so I'm doing it on stuff that still needs to be leveled, for better or for worse. Ah. Oh, wonderful. My Paladin's now at full power now. Oh, nice. They all immediately jumped to 91. His casual, his regular, his Azure Dragoon outfit, and his casual outfit. Nice. Let's see what Alize has. That's her original outfit, I think. Yeah, that's from Stormblood, I think. And of course, Urion J. His Realm Reborn outfit, his Heaven's, I think that, yeah, that was Heaven's Ward outfit. And of course, we know Glamour 3 is his shirtless outfit, his shirtless summer outfit. I wish I could level some of these others, but that would mean not leveling Paladin, and I should probably stick to Paladin. Besides, it's probably good to get an early start for some of these. Although I could probably safely bring Urion J with, like, Estinian and Graha or Ishtol or whatever, because now that for the Dawntrail trusts... Actually, I can just show it off now. As you can see, Kryl has been added, and as you can guess, she's indeed a Pictomancer. So she's pure DPS. So whenever I get around to doing trusts for Dawntrail stuff, I can definitely have Urion J with all the favorites in one area and not worry about Alphino being forced to be with his sister. Which sounds very weird to say out loud, but like I said, I wouldn't mind if not for the fact that Alphino will prioritize Alice over all else if she's damaged, even over a tank, and that can make life a lot harder than it needs to be. But yeah, you can see that I'm not getting nearly as much XP now that the rest XP's gone. Oh. Not Tower of Zot. Whoops. Gets this Hyperborea. I don't know, I'm feeling kind of tired though, and I'm not getting, and as demonstrated, I am not getting nearly as much experience out of this. Well, Paladin's a tank, it'll be easier to raise. How long I've been going? Wow, 5 hours. I kind of just, wow, that flew by. Yeah, I think I might want to call it here simply by virtue of... Oh well. Yeah, simply by virtue of the fact that, might as well grab these while I'm here. At least the nice thing is if I level up Warrior next, then I can just throw it at any tank gear that's below it in Paladin, because as you can see, they're basically the same level range. So as soon as I get them to 90, I can toss out any of the Endwalker stuff, and then from there on it'll be a lot easier. Healers are probably going to be in the same boat as well. So that'll be interesting. Right, and we don't need the Rings of Fending, although I'll just keep those to fill the... Yeah, I definitely need to start clearing this stuff out. There we are. Yeah, looks like that'll be good for now. Crypt Lurker stuff is built to last, at least, and that's the nice thing about gearing up before the next expansion. Worst case scenario, when you don't get lucky while leveling, the previous stuff will usually last you a good while, at least until your artifact gear, which is quite nice. But I guess that's going to be all for tonight. Thanks for joining me on this adventure of just relaxing grind. Until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.